Oh yay, it's the red bird in the arcade again. I love this. The red bird going crazy over the arcade games. You just shut one of them off? Uh, that's great. Oh yeah, the little red bird having a crazy reaction. It's a it's a crazy reaction. But all right. Well, hello there. I hope you're all having a I hope you are all having a good Tuesday so far. Well, for me, my my Tuesday morning has been sort of rough. Sort of rough. And I will explain why that is here in just a minute. But first things first, we are going to do the Wordle for today. So let's go ahead and do that first before we go any further. Let's see. Let's try this. No? Okay. How about... Let's just do clump. That's the word today. All right. Now let me go ahead and pull up the first game here. Because, of course, I was debating on whether we were going to do Roblox and Minecraft together. But ultimately, I've decided that we're going to go ahead and do Roblox solo on its own. Now, while the first game loads up here, I'll go ahead and talk about why my Thursday no, why my Tuesday rather was a little rough. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a rough morning. But I will it seems like so far we're having much better luck with the Roblox game than we were several times or weeks ago or whatever. But let's see. So, well, I know usually we talk about what's happened over the last, when we were last with you on Sunday. So I was thinking, yeah, why don't we start there? So, yeah, why don't we go ahead and start there? So, after we left you on Sunday night, let's see. There actually wasn't anything too much. Except I did a little more, except I got the bridges, or rather the bridges for each of the overpasses. Overpasses for one of those other interstates that we're one of the two other interstates that we'll be building. Yeah, that we've been building. So I got the overpasses taken care of, and then, of course, I got the opportunity to play around with the Yu-Gi-Oh soundtrack. So I went ahead and did that at the end of the night. And then we go to Monday, and this was actually where I got a really big break in terms of, the Minecraft construction project and whatnot. I'll turn the volume down. Yeah, I'll turn the volume down a little bit. So I got a really big break in terms of the Minecraft construction project. Because for those who may remember on Saturday, when we did our weekend fun game show, despite starting later, we actually were able to we got the last set of piers constructed. Yeah, the last set of piers constructed for the for that massive bridge project that I had actually been working on for I'd say well over a week, actually almost 2 weeks, technically 2 weeks, because I started the whole thing on Monday. What was it after putting up the signs? Well, I did put up the signs, but I first started by putting up the alignments for the piers, then actually installed the piers themselves. I was able to get two sides of that done on Monday, then did two other sides on Tuesday, and then finished the rest. Finished up the rest on that Thursday, and then I think it was that Friday after that I did some more work on it. I can't remember, but yeah. Actually, it was Friday where I mostly started working on the piers. Actually, Monday it was. Yesterday I really got to work on the bridge piers. Well, not the bridge piers, but the bridge spans, actually, I got to work constructing. In fact, I actually was able to get pretty much 3 sides of river crossings built in just one day, which honestly I'm quite amazed. I spent a lot of the time building the first 3. I was on the 3rd side by the time it was time to get ready for my evening class last night. Yeah, it was by the time then that I had to depart for my evening class. So that was by the time I left for my evening class then. So, well, let's see. The evening class this week was on something that I had actually already implemented. It was on network shares and separate user accounts and whatnot. Well, that and security related stuff. So that was what that's what my evening class was about last night. And then when I came back home, I was talking with my mom as we were heading home, and I asked her if we wanted to get the 1% club taken care of last night, but ultimately she decided to pass on that. So instead, I'm going to be taking care of both the 1% club and the quiz with balls tonight during tonight's show. But this actually connects with something else too. Now, one thing I forgot to mention. Well, actually, I don't want to go into that. I'd rather wait till tomorrow when we actually. I'll wait until we actually do that. Yeah, I'll wait until we actually do that. And yeah, Max Weather Radio's coming back up. It was offline earlier. Yeah, that was only one of them. I know the rest of them were going to come back soon. Yeah, let's have the narrator talk too, while we're pressing arrow keys on the keyboard. Down arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Like right arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Down arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow. Right arrow. Right arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow. That's great. All right. I don't want to go too crazy with that. All right. So the other thing then. All right. Now where was I? Now where was I at before I got a little too crazy with the game? So I got 3 sides of road bridges completed. And then last night I finished up that 3rd side and then ended up getting a head start on the work for today by building the ramps that connect to the bridges on both sides of the 2 remaining rivers. And then after that, just combined Phenomena 4 with a bunch of sound effects and other recordings and whatnot. It's a little crazy, but you know, that's kind of what I like to do. That's kind of like how I like to end my night. And then this morning, I was greeted by a few unpleasant surprises. In 2 different circumstances. The first was about one of the members on my server. Now, for one reason or another, I am not going to explicitly talk about what exactly happened. But the only thing I can describe as to exactly what it was there were these invitations to this server that I have no idea what it even is. And that was it. It happened, let's see, twice over the span of, I think it only happened at like, I think the first time it happened at like, what, 8 a.m. or so, like an hour before I got up, and then again at 10 a.m. And then it happened again at 10 a.m. That's all I can say of that. But I'm not going to go into further detail after that. I'm not going to go too far into detail. Dominus collected. Wow. Yeah, that, and I was trying to get started watching the Perfect Line and Flip Side from last night. However, pirate language on the kiosk. That's funny. No, not watch later. A special. It's a special folder or whatever. So yeah, when I was trying to watch trying to start watching the Perfect Line and Flip Side this morning, the cable box was giving me flack. Well, rather the software side of things was giving me flack. What I mean by that, it went pretty slow. It wouldn't even start playback of the recording at all. I don't know why, but yeah, let's do that marble thing. Let's do that marble thing again while I finish the discussion here. So I tried just standard power off with the button on the box, but that actually did not do anything. Yeah, the critical error sound, that explains everything. So I instead actually ended up cutting the power to the box by just unplugging it and then plugging it back in again. So then after letting it sit and boot up again for like what 10 minutes, I was then finally able to get to my recordings. So I of course did the both in chronological order. The perfect line flip side being first, and then the perfect line following that. So after getting both of those shows done, that was then when I started the construction again in that Minecraft project. And I actually ended up getting the remaining spans built. So basically on those two remaining sections of bridge that had yet to be constructed. So I was able to get through all of those. And in fact, I was so focused on that construction project alone that I completely forgot. And this is actually my next frustration too. I actually completely forgot to start the new program showcase on time. Because we were supposed to start at 2:30, so that way it would run for an hour and a half before we were supposed to go on the air today for this program. So yeah, my fault, but I was too focused on that Minecraft project because I've talked about everything about it for several weeks. I've talked about how I just really wanted this project done. That's really all I want. I really wanted this project done. But yeah, also last night I watched that Risky Pick live stream, and that's really about everything that's happened. That's really about everything that's happened. Everything that's happened so far. All right, so we'll go ahead and let the marbles run one more time, and then we'll move on to the next game here. Here, I'll go a little up closer so that way the sound effect, so that way the music is louder than the background. All right, so then, I was just thinking, now that I realized I didn't air the new program showcase earlier, before we even started, I was thinking, and I was thinking even beforehand, that that when we get to Wheel of Fortune tonight, I'll end up. It's going to be after that then where we're going to be taking care of both the 1% Club and the Quiz with Balls, both of which would take about 45 minutes. Then that would leave me with Flipside and the Perfect Blind. I actually am thinking about taking care of both of those shows on Wednesday afternoon when it comes to my lunch break. So basically, in sort of a similar fashion, to last week. So basically, I'll do it in that same identical fashion. So there won't be anything too different about that in that sense. Or I could take care of one of them tonight. So, in that sense, let's go over to Arcade Island, which is where we're going to be playing next here. So, in that sense, here's what I was thinking about doing. After Wheel of Fortune tonight, well, of course, when we do Wheel of Fortune, we'll kind of do maybe an extended, maybe we'll just let the DeKalb run for the whole time. And then I was thinking, while we take care of the 1% Club and the Quiz with Balls on Fox, I was thinking we'll go ahead and air the new program showcase then. That's what I was thinking. We can just go ahead and let the new program showcase air then. So basically, the independent live stream will be seeing the Real Fanning DeKalb game, while the main Plainfield TV will be seeing the new program showcase. So as such, I am going to change the time because it was my fault. I was so focused on that Minecraft project that I completely forgot about the showcase. I mean, I just wanted a lot of it done. So I was thinking while we're taking care of the 1% Club tonight, along with the Quiz with Balls, I was thinking this would be a perfect opportunity to air the new program showcase right then and there. I know that we try not to air the new program showcase in the middle of a live program like this one, but it was my fault that I had completely forgot, because I was so focused on the Minecraft game, and not only that, I had my radio station soundtrack playing in the background, as well as Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, which actually that Pluto TV channel is now on its third and last season. Before then, it goes to GX. So, yeah, it was my fault. I had completely forgot to air the showcase, but hey, better late than never, I suppose. But yeah, better late than never. And then I did take care of America Says last night, because I had I took care of America Says on Monday, which was yesterday morning. First thing yesterday morning, because I forgot that there was a new episode on Friday, so I got that taken care of, and I should remember to see it live today. But we'll see how long it takes us to get through all those shows. I do expect an hour and a half, so... Oh, wow. Within the last second. Got the bonus at the last second. So yeah, all that at the last possible second. So, what's the other thing I was going to say? So let me reiterate how I plan to handle things tonight. So let me reiterate, and this is just for tonight alone. Yeah, this is just for tonight alone. So I know America says it's going to be on in about half an hour. So that's why we're going to try to get through this as fast as we can. And then just like we did last week, after Wheel of Fortune, we'll take care of the primetime shows that aired last night on Fox. That being the 1% Club and the Quiz with Balls. Considering that I had not aired the new program Showcase this afternoon because I was so distracted, because I was just so excited by the Minecraft game, I just wanted to get that bridge project done, as well as, sort of begin the final stages of it. So I was thinking I'll take this opportunity and air the new program Showcase. So I'll take this opportunity and air the new program Showcase tonight after Wheel of Fortune, while the independent stream will just be looking at DeKalb for like 2 hours. So I know it's going to be completely unusual that we'll be airing the new program Showcase in the middle of a live program. But in some way, it's almost identical to Wednesday, when I have to depart for my evening class, like 5 p.m. When I have to depart for that, we usually send that thing to reruns. We usually send the main station to reruns for like, 2, 3, or 4 hours. And then eventually, when I come back, we then continue the show. So at this point, then, that's currently what the plan is as of now. And then hopefully by 8:30, then we'll return the main station back to the show. And then I was also thinking, depending on how long, let's see, I think if I remember correctly, it took 45 minutes per show. Considering that both programs are a full hour, and we're going to fast forward through all the commercial breaks. So if I want to get Flipside and The Perfect Line done tonight, or I can just do The Perfect Line afterwards and then just save Flipside for tomorrow during my lunch break, while we're live for the weeklies. But that's my thought. Yeah, that is my thought. Again, it's my fault that I forgot to air the Showcase this afternoon. I mean, I was busy with one thing and I completely forget about another, so that's typically how it is. It's almost like how I was focused on the trains at the Aurora Public Library and I missed the Southwest Chief number 3 and 4 when it went by. But I had already missed California Zephyr number 5 because it had already passed by the time the Mendota subdivision was in view. It had already went by. But yeah. But hey, at least we're gonna air it tonight. That's better than nothing, I suppose. It's better than just adding another hour and a half onto our lineup for Thursday. Instead, having the Showcase air at 10 a.m. Yeah, that would take a long time. To just air the whole thing. But then that's also especially true too, because on oh wow, she ended up hitting the mega bonus. I did not pay attention to the bonus. 2,480. Alright, gotta be careful as to how many machines I ring up. So yeah, once again, 5 p.m. We're taking care of America Says, and then after Wheel of Fortune, I mean we'll be showing DeKalb for like half an hour, and then after Wheel of Fortune finishes, we'll start the new program showcase, and we'll take care of the 1% Club. We'll get that taken care of along with the Quiz with Balls, and probably the perfect line after that, and then we should be all set and done. And then after we go off the air tonight, I'm gonna do sort of the same thing I did last night, which was finish up, do some more work with the project. But now that the bridges are complete, there actually isn't that many left. So for Thursday, the plan is, my plan currently for Thursday is there's going to be a whole lot of shows to make up. Flip side and the perfect line from Wednesday night. Well, that'd be tomorrow night in this case. The floor, hopefully we can get that taken care of. Hopefully we can take care of that. Hopefully we can take care of that tomorrow night. It'll just like last night. It'll all depend on how long my evening class goes on for. But as far as I do know, and from when I looked at the listings, both the Greatest Average American and Hollywood Squares are going to have their season finales. So the Hollywood Squares 20th episode of its second season, and it will be the season finale of that. But as for the Greatest Average American, I do not think it is going to get a second season. I personally think ABC is going to be canceling that. Is going to cancel that show, considering that my parents don't like it, and well, my parents aren't a fan of it, and I don't even know what the ratings are, but I'm pretty sure that it's I'm pretty sure it's going to be canceled, but just like Lucky 13, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see what happens. We'll have to wait and see what ABC decides and on that, and then I guess we'll see what happens from there. So yeah, all in all, a lot of shows to take care of. Yep, only 5 credits left. So we'll spend the last 5 then on this. And then we will be done with this game. Yeah, missed it every time, but whatever. And that's all I get, 20. Yeah, both of the wheels adding up their credits. All right, that is that. So, we're going to go and play Super Golf next. As like I said, with all those factors that I had just stated, we aren't going to get much time to do a lot of our games that we usually do on an average Roblox show. But going back to the Minecraft project here for... Ooh, we're just in time. We're just in time for the start of a game. So we'll play this, and then I'll head over to America Says, and I'll get that taken care of before we play another one. But I don't know how much of it we're gonna get through of it, because I'm pretty sure my dinner will be ready for tonight by that time. I'm still trying to prepare the course. It's not my connection. All right, there we go. It's ready. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is one of those fan-made courses. I believe so. So in terms of our Minecraft project, um, so yeah, Thursday I'll be making up all those shows, and then pretty much we're in the home stretch then of this Minecraft project. So I'd say in total, we're like 95% of the way done. Now all I got to do is finish up both Interstate 167 and 332, or 256, and then renumber the exits on both I-132 and 232, and then build the power line towers. And I'm also realigning the original section of Interstate 256. So I'm going to be realigning that as well. So I'll do some more work with it after we're done tonight. So yeah, I'll do some more work with that after we're done tonight. And then, yeah, there's a lot of things I still got to, do with this project before it's fully done. So yeah, a lot more of it to be done. Well, we did get far. There we go. So, I'll be using the time on both Thursday and Friday to get the rest of these pieces completed. And then when we do our Minecraft show, well, on Thursday, so as I said, I'll be building the interchanges with 167 and 132 and 332 and 232. I'll also be building the river bridges that the two will cross over, and then renumber the exits on 132 and 232. And then when we come on air on Sunday for the next Minecraft show as part of the Sunday Fun and Games show, we are pretty much going to be we're going to pretty much put the finishing touches on this project, where we only have then 2 other system interchanges that we have to build at Interstate 56 and Interstate 67. Basically the terminus for both of those interstates respectively. So once that is done, then all that's left to do is pave the road and put up the signs. And then after that is done, then that's it. Then after that, that will be the end of it, and the travel series reboot can then proceed. As I did say, I was going to delay production, but then also there's that that final project that I have to get done for one of my college classes. So I will be making that the main focus as well, depending on how much time is left on. So depending on how much time remains on Sunday after the project is finished, maybe I could possibly likely end up doing that project possibly on the air. But don't know exactly for sure don't know exactly how it's going to play out on Sunday, but we'll have to wait till then. But then whenever I don't finish on Sunday, if that ends up being the case, is I will do the rest of the work off air Sunday night following the show. And then the following day, Monday, I will spend that whole day getting that final project taken care of. So in that case then, as I said, it wouldn't be until Tuesday the 28th that I would then begin production on the travel series reboot. So it'll be then where I begin the production of the reboot. Yeah, well, then I'll start production on the reboot. And then following the taping of all the episodes of the reboot, I'll then make the county request episode for May 16th. And I've actually been thinking about how I'd like to do the county request episode for that week. And I was thinking, let's do that in, and you know what? I think that's actually perfect too, because it will be 2 months since Weather Radio Canada was discontinued. So I was thinking that's a perfect opportunity to do every county and province in Canada. I was going to do that for one of the county request episodes originally, but then considering how long that was going to last, I actually ended up passing on that later on. So I'll get that episode made after the production of the Trial Series reboot. Well, the taping portion, that is. The taping phase, but then of course there's also other phases of the project of that part as well, which include editing, all the episodes. So we'll have to edit everything. So I'll have to get to editing everything, which includes putting on the shields, the exit numbers, and everything like that. I was thinking in terms of editing order. I'll start with the shortest, and I'll start with the shortest, and then end with the longest. And then once I've made all the episodes, I'll just I'll then shuffle the order in which the episodes will air. This will begin following the conclusion of the 4th and final season, as I have been thinking of, but I've been thinking about it, but I have not officially confirmed it as of yet. I've been thinking about doing so for the summer preview, which, that also I'll have to make, so I'll do that following the production of the... I'll do that following production of the reboot. Yeah, I'll do that after production of the reboot. I can't move, can I? Let me try this. Yeah, and then I can't go farther. Can't go any farther than that. Yeah, this is a tough course. I'm on like what, stroke 16? Yeah. Yeah, I pass on that. So yeah, really, that's where... So yeah, once the bowling train finishes its 4th season, I will, it will be then where the Trial Series reboot will then air, and it will air through the second half of October through the end of the year, and then it will be, and then of course, as I schedule each of them, I'm of course going to shuffle around the order. I'll either have a random name picker or just a wheel, or I'll have a wheel, and then I will have that decide what order to release the episodes. What order the episodes should air. And then, of course, the entire series will then begin, as I said, will start airing in the fall. Yeah, it'll start airing in the fall. And then, following the conclusion of that, either Deal or No Deal Jackpot will take its place, or the 3 p.m. time slot will remain empty. That's because I haven't gotten around yet to trying to see if I could resurrect the Nintendo DS now that we finally found the charger for it. I've yet to try it, but as I've said previously, I have a busy life. A lot of us do. I mean, I've got college finals coming up. I've got my part-time job coming up here in the next few months, in the next couple months. And yeah, the Minecraft project, college finals, and everything, really. So really, that's the whole point. This is hole 9, so we're gonna see if we can get through this whole game within the next 10 minutes, and then I'll go over to take care of America's Says. Yeah, and then we'll go over and take care of America's Says. Get that done. Yeah, get that taken care of. So, yeah, all in all, that's really, as I've said, what's left. So, I'll get the Trial Series reboot finished, make the county requests. Well, actually, pretty much I have a timetable. So, I'll probably do the final project on the 27th. And then the 28th, do the Trial Series remake, and then continue that into the 30th. And then Friday the 1st, I'll make the county request episode that will go up on May 16th. So, yeah, that'll go up on May 16th alongside the Street View episode for that week. And then after that is done, and then after that's all done, then I'll work on editing the Trial Series reboot. But again, like I said, I'm not going to be able to do, everything, all in one day. And of course, it's going to take several days to even do, period. And of course, there's several factors as to why that is. Well, that sounds creepy. Well, of course, as I said, college finals is one of those factors. Yeah, college finals is one of those factors. That final project and all that. So let me put it into a shorter sense. If I get all that stuff on that list done on Sunday the 26th, when we're on the air this Sunday, we'll just end the Minecraft show right then and there, and I'll just take care of the final project on air. And then, if we do not finish it up by then I will do the final project on Monday before starting the Trial Series reboot. I could probably start it on that same day. However, Tuesday then would be where I continue taping the episodes for it. Once the Trial Series reboot is complete, then I'll move on to the county request episode for May 16th, which will be the entirety, which I'm actually looking to do the entirety of Canada to sort of serve as the to sort of commemorate the fact that it's been 2 months since Weather Radio Canada was discontinued. I was thinking May 16th, that would be a perfect opportunity to do that. So, after that is taken care of, I'll then start editing the Travel Series remake, or reboot, which will continue for the next few days or possibly weeks. And then once that is all done, it probably will continue. That process will probably continue through the 16th. Hence why while the spring taping cycle officially concludes on May 15th, the summer season doesn't officially begin until June 1st. So if we need to allow more time to get some of these projects done, then we will. Then I will allow more time to get it done. Yeah, to get it all done. And then once that is taken care of, it will just then be Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, then it will likely then be Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune on their own, where it will be just those shows getting episodes recorded. And then after those are done, all right, and then after those are done, okay, now that's an obstacle right here. So then after the let's see, and then after the reboot is fully complete, then that's it. I'll just be recording more episodes of Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune. But of course, the part-time job is going to be making the ability to do those two shows on and off. So of course, as I've said already, the whole idea is plain and simple. If you see a Downers Grove episode go up, then I was at work. But if you don't see one, then I was here recording episodes of both Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune. A process of which that will continue through the summer and into the fall. Yeah, and into the fall. Because I want to make sure I have enough episodes of both shows to go through 2027. So as such, I'm going to calculate, well, when we get to the end of the... So when I get the opportunity, I'll calculate how many episodes I need to record to go through 2027. And then, likely when I can, I'll get to editing all those episodes. And then, once the episodes have been edited, then pretty much then we can just get started with, and pretty much we can just get to rendering and, uploading all of them. Of course, the uploading process will go through multiple days, so... Because I can only do so much. Because I can only post so much. I can only schedule so much in one day. So, yeah. Hence why the upload process will take a few days. Well, I think it could probably take about, let's say, I think like 3 days for each of the two shows. So we're talking like a week. So we're talking like a week possibly for both shows. So yeah, we're talking like a week for both shows. Yeah, a week for both shows to be done. Again, once they've all been edited and rendered, then those shows will be through. So that will probably be the oh yeah, and I have to make the opening closing sequence too for 2027 and Christmas 2026. So once both of those have been made, which I'll actually do first thing, then that is going to be when the production of all those other, when the editing process of those other shows will then start. But it won't be till like later on where then I'll record Deal or No Deal Jackpot, the Power Yahtzee miniseries, and possibly that second season of 5th Grader that I've been wanting to do. Yeah, that I've actually been wanting to do. So I'd only have to get 100 episodes of those made. In fact, I don't think it's going to be that crazy, because I think I might be able to get through both shows very quickly. But it will all depend. But again, it will all depend on how things play out. And I see we have about a minute until America Says comes on. All right, so that is all the time we have for Super Golf then. We're going to go ahead and head over to... Sensory World now. The next game on our list. And I'll turn on the narrator as well.
Roblox window.
Right now my
Start window,
locked.
number sign group, 1 of 22, Roblox W, D.
And I can't turn the music off because the mouse cursor is locked. Because the cursor is locked to the center.
Exiting narrator.
Oh, that was all I had to do, turn off the narrator. Okay, there we go. The music is now off.
Roblox. Cap D.
Okay, and now the cursor's
Cap
walked
D.
to the center. All right. To America Says. All right, let's see if I get this right. Commercial break is 3 minutes.
W.
W.
W. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis.
Closing parenthesis. Oh, wow. Got a race between a manifest and an inbound metro train in Lombard. It just happened. Oh, I didn't even go back on Galesburg yet, or even the Borealis. And another one. Wow, okay. So 2 metros meeting a slow manifest. Wow, okay. Alright, let's start with the Zephyr, because I missed that.
W.
Okay, 522 for the Chief. 1653 was when I left. And there's the DPU on the rear. Let me rewind back to the moment it arrived.
Vertical bar, vertical bar.
Here it is.
Vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar. Backslash.
Backslash. And then Columbus, Wisconsin for the Borealis. Oh, it was very late today. Alright, so that's that. Alright, and then back to Galesburg to see the Chief when that shows up. And now, back to America Says.
Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Space. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. W-A-S. W.
All right. America says it's on its next break.
A.
Let's see what else.
Underscore.
Underscore.
Cap W. Cap W. Underscore. Cap D. Cap space. Cap A. Cap D. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. E.
What just happened?
A.
The marshmallow
D.
bowl.
D. Space. A.
Yeah, that's what happens. I went over the fire.
W.
Not good. Yeah, I'm actually on fire. Alright, well, I better do something to put it out. And quickly.
D.
Well, that didn't work. Oh, it did work.
W.
Well, hey, that actually worked.
Space.
That actually
D.
worked. So.
W. Space. D.
Yeah,
Space.
it's like,
D.
I have not heard that sound effect yet. I was wondering what the heck that is.
D.
But hey, it worked.
Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Single quote. 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 Single quote.
Single quote.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Grave accent.
Grave accent.
W.
Grave accent.
W.
And now my mouse is
Start
locked
window.
in.
System tray
window.
of hashtag
Search window.
WPLDEAF
Search box.
bullet general channel messages in general list show button. User settings action union hashtag general WPLDIP group user union mark at ye soon air at ye mark at ye server W server mark hashtag general Roblox window.
Roblox window.
Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. W.
Closing parenthesis.
Space. Backspace. Backspace. Asterisk. Opening brace. Closing brace. W. A. Speed decreased to 45%. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Up arrow. Left arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow.
Right arrow.
Left arrow. Right arrow. Right arrow. Right arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Down arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Speed decreased to 40%. Not a narrator command.
Not a narrator command.
No main landmark. No main landmark.
Back to America says. All right, America Says is on its last break.
W.
Yeah, it seems like
Cap
the
D.
narrator's
W.
seems like the narrator's locking the cursor in front, well, in the window. I think it's something that Microsoft
Search
wanted
window.
to do. Maybe.
Server mark.
Server mark.
Bullet. WP. Speed increased to 55%. Exclamation point. Exclamation point.
Now we're speeding up David saying the characters.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point. At symbol. At symbol. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Speed decreased to 45%. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. W. Cap D.
W.
Space. W. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Capitalization reading set to increase pitch. Capitalization reading set to say cap. Capitalization reading disabled. WD. Character reading off. Capitalization. Roblox win. Capitalization reading set. Character reading on. Capitalization reading disabled. W.
Disabled.
E. W.
E.
Space. Speed A. W. Not a narrator command. W.
Not a narrator command.
Speed increased to 55%. No main landmark. No, speed decreased to 50. No main landmark. W.
No
space,
main landmark.
Space.
There's no main landmark here.
Space. Space. Cap D. Cap E. W. W. Cap D. Cap D. Space. W.
All right.
W. D.
Back to America Says to finish that up. Alright. Made it through, America Says. Another hour until Wheel of Fortune starts tonight.
W.
W.
Space. At symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol,
At symbol.
at symbol, 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 at symbol,
At symbol.
at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol. Speed decreased to 35%. At symbol, at symbol. Speed increased to 45%. At symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol.
At symbol.
Double. At symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol, at symbol,
At symbol.
at symbol, at symbol. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Number sign, D, 2, 2, A, W. At symbol, at symbol. W, D, D, W, D,
These lights don't stay on for long, don't they?
W.
This was on a touchscreen. I feel like I'd be in the shoes of a, what is it, Speed of Light player? Yeah, the Speed of Light arcade game, like Dave and Buster's and whatnot. I feel like I'm in the shoes of an amateur player like that.
Number sign, W, D, space, W, W, D, W, S, W, W, A, D, W, A, space, space, A.
Such a shame you can't click on the
D.
keys. You can't just click on the keys to play them.
W,
Yeah, I have to hover over them.
W, W. Narrator will ignore the next command shortcut. Caps lock on. Caps lock off. W. Caps lock on. Caps lock off.
Caps
W,
lock on.
space,
Caps
A.
lock off.
Space, space.
Alright. Once we're done here, we'll be ready for another game.
Dollar sign, dollar sign. Speed increased to 50%. At symbol, W.
What
W.
is this here, a hidden
W.
library or something?
At symbol,
Written by someone.
Escape.
But now I can't close it. The only way I can get it to close
Exiting narrator.
is if I exit the narrator, and then it'll let me take control of the mouse. What if I just do this?
Roblox window.
yeah, then the mouse is locked to the last position
W.
it is in the game, so that's
D.
neat. There's like a hidden
W.
library in here,
W.
which is surprising.
Number sign. Number sign. Number sign. Number sign. W. E. W. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3.
3.
D.
There's a 3 in the
3.
puzzle.
W. D.
There's a 3 in the puzzle.
W. D.
Wonder how long these shapes are lit for. What's all the way over there?
Cap D. A. W.
Oh.
W.
Okay. I see what that's about, but I don't want to show it for long though.
S.
There's that
W.
drawing wall. One of the two drawing walls.
A. A.
Alright, we got
W.
plenty of time.
W. E. E. Q. E. W. R. A.
R.
Q. Single quote. Single quote. Single quote. Single quote. E. Single quote. Single quote.
Wait a
R.
minute, that reminds me.
Q. E. W. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. Dollar sign. 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 Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Underscore. 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 Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign.
Equal sign. Equal sign.
E. E. Q. Number sign. Number sign. Number sign. Number sign. Plus sign. Add. Add. Multiply.
Multiply.
Tilde. Tilde.
Tilde.
Discord overlay pane. Tilde. New line.
Tilde. New line.
Recent overlay chats navigation. Button.
Yep, I see Louisville tested.
Discord overlay.
Discord overlay.
Max users displayed. Discord
Max
overlay.
users displayed. Discord overlay. Connect.
Roblox win. A. S. Escape. L. Enter. Exiting narrator.
Yeah, I think that's enough of letting the narrator run. Alright. Where do we want to head next? There's the Starcade game. We didn't get to Roblox last week, if I remember. Yeah, we didn't get to Roblox last week because of the severe weather event, but Block Sports. I see what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a Roblox version of Wii Sports. There's Railway Province. We haven't touched that in a long time. And yeah, why don't we check out that Brunswick game next? Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music off. Just in case that's copyright. Don't have a ball. I'm the only one here? Wow, okay. So we get to play around a bowling. So yep, it'll calculate everything normally. And yeah, it behaves exactly like a bowling lane. It just shows what pins are left and whatnot. So yeah, it'll show whatever pins are left and whatnot. Oh, that must be dinner. Yeah, because I heard dinner was gonna be ready soon. So alright, let's see. can remove ownership. Unclaimed. Here we go. Okay, there we are. We'll let somebody else play now. And we are going to head to... Let's head to that doghouse next. But I am going to have to mute the audio, well, for a good reason. All right. I hear the vault closing. Ah, darn, it's sealed. I have to press this button first to unseal it. And then we can open it. And we are just going to send this. It's been a while, so why not? And what is this? WXL 29, Winnemucca, Nevada. We did a kind of a test video on that. Well, there we go. So that's great. Just found this 10-minute video of building a real Pokédex from the anime. But now that I think about it, I actually did learn something something different about Kids WB here in Chicago. I found out that because WGN did not carry Kids WB, WCIU actually carried it instead. So that meant if I was older than what I was in 2004, I would have likely tuned into the U to likely get my daily dose of Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day. That was before the CW4 Kids, in which WGN, I think, ended up airing. Or did WCIU also air Vortex and all those other blocks? No, they were just exclusive to the CW, so... So, hey, that's something else that I didn't know about until now. So now I know that the same network that right now carries Flipside and The Perfect Line was the same network that aired Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh back in the 2000s here in the Chicago market. I never knew that until that very moment. So that was something good for me to find out about. I think it was one of the videos I saw when we were doing the Minecraft show, or was it sometime after? It was during the Minecraft show, I remember. And then I found a whole bunch of other crazy things afterwards. It's crazy, honestly. This thing hasn't been logging anything? That's a shame. Oh well. So. Alright, well. So let's see. We're getting dinner set. And then I guess maybe we'll have time for another game before we head on over to DeKalb. And then we'll air the new program showcase after, as I said, after Wheel of Fortune finishes. And then that is when we will take care of both the 1% Club and Quiz with Balls. That both aired last night on Fox. And then I also relearned that Fox was also the place I could have caught Yu-Gi-Oh! On Saturday mornings after it left Kids WB following the merger of the WB and UPN, which ended up forming the CW. So. And then I also know that I also found out that Pokemon ended up on Cartoon Network and then Disney XD. Nowadays it's on Netflix. And gosh, they're arguing about stuff downstairs. I don't know if the mic caught it, but now Pokemon is on Netflix. So I don't even know if they're still making episodes of that. I think I heard recently that they were, but I think I heard them say that this could be the end of it. I don't know if they're still making episodes to this day, but I know they were. Because I heard about the end of the anime after, well, somewhere in the middle, somewhere like when this project, that Minecraft project I was talking about earlier was like, what, 50% of the way done? So now we're pretty much 95% complete with this entire project. And as I've said, I'll be using a lot of time off air to get this project done. And yeah, 11:45 a.m. I gotta keep that time in mind. So when we start airing the showcase, so. I don't know where that sound's coming from. How about we just try going to the other one? Are you sure about that? That's good. Let's see if we can get to say it again. Are you sure about that? Dinner. And that's dinner. The main course. How about, did the vault? Was that sound? Oh, that sound wasn't the vault. Okay. Alright. Let's just pick a random product and send it out. I picked Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Alright. So that is that done. Alright. How about one more? Let's do that one. Oh. Did it get it? There you go. Got it. Odyssey Products. Okay, it's enough. Alright, let's pick another game here. What if I just do this? Okay, nothing. Alright, which one do we want to do? Just Drive. There's that Destroy a Bridge game we'll do at the end. Yeah, pretty much we're getting into the evening rush hour now on Metra's lines. Oh, here's that Uno game. Now remember, we didn't get to a lot of this stuff last week, so yeah, keep in mind here, we didn't get to a lot of this stuff last week. Here, we'll just do... Let's do that idiotic investing mode. That was fun. Create match. Yeah, I'm not gonna be here for long because we got, as I said, Wheel of Fortune and all that stuff. Let's see. Oh, Drew's already seeing Wheel of Fortune. Drew's already. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune's already on in the Tampa market. So I suppose that's on first, and then Jeopardy will be on after that. So great. Drew gets to watch Wheel of Fortune before I do. Before even I get a chance. Or was that no? That's all new. That looks like it's all new. So, but let me make sure I don't have the desktop audio on. But okay, I'll just leave it alone. So, yep, that is all new because I recognize all the promos in that. So this is great. Drew gets to see Wheel of Fortune before New York and Chicago do. And sure, let's have the narrator talk. Unless that puts the cursor in the center. Okay, good, does not.
Opening parenthesis.
Closing parenthesis. At symbol.
At symbol.
Dollar sign.
Dollar sign. Not a narrator command.
Tilde.
Discord overlay pane.
DEAS
log. Channel button. Roblox window. Discord overlay button. Discord overlay.
This over. Okay.
Roblox window.
Yeah, I can't do anything. So there goes all 24 cards. Darn, that's a lot.
Number sign.
Number sign. Pat, I'd like to buy an @ symbol. Is there an asterisk?
Multiply.
there's no asterisks.
Taskbar.
Hey, that reminds me of something.
Items view list. Items view list.
Where was that one clip I had on earlier?
Start recommended list. Recommended.
Which one was it? This one?
Pain.
Oh, you just triggered a glitch. Relax about that. When
space. UKNR 2150 USY 0 USX UW UOS UTFH UEOF 6576 QMVH 8270.
Sound effects lady. Is that letter in the puzzle? No.
Taskbar pane. Talking friends. File Explorer window. Roblox window. Taskbar pane.
No. Noble sound effects lady. Are there 5 of them in the puzzle with that amount? And then he goes crazy. Oh my gosh. I love that clip. Well, how about that? There are none of those in this puzzle.
Taskbar pane. Talking friends. JNFK 8293 1037
Yeah, the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. It's a big ARP. The Viking clips.
WPLDEAS log WPF hashtag Roblox window. Slash period comma slash period
So this chapter.
Single quote.
And I can speed this up.
Closing Roblox period.
Having something that is probably valuable if the fingers are crossed.
Task open Roblox window.
Now where's the actual clip?
File Explorer window. Items view list. Navigation pane tree. Pictures Wheel of Fortune icon clips.
This.
Items view list.
And the actual retail price of that is
Oh my gosh.
everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
Next player.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player
Brave accent.
Discord overlay page. Discord overlay. Clip to the one.roblox window. Taskbar pane. Roblox and symbol. Underscore.
So yeah, Drew's so great. Drew's seen Wheel of Fortune before I even get a chance to see it. Because yeah, different markets. Because yeah, well, of course the air times and the station they are on, of course, vary by market. So some markets like Harrisburg, for example, air Wheel of Fortune first, and then Jeopardy second. Or in the case of New York, Jeopardy airs first, and then Wheel of Fortune as back to back. Or in the case of Chicago, Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy air 3 hours apart from each other. But yeah, again, the air times of each of them vary by market.
Greater than sun. greater than sign, less than sign, less than sign, less than sign, less than sign.
I didn't think any of you deserved this card anyway, so I'm kind of relieved.
So I'm kind of relieved.
Less than sign. Best don't forget it.
Less than sign, 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 Roblox window.
Best don't forget it.
Less than sign,
Less than
less
sign.
than sign.
Since there's a time who gets ownership of the card, nobody gets to have it.
Closing brace, closing brace, closing brace.
2.
3. Discord overlay pane. WPLD.
Oh yeah, Hanford's going crazy today.
Main. Roblox window.
Roblox window. Let me, Alright, let's see if that fixes anything. I guess it doesn't.
Semicolon. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote. Single quote. Single quote. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote.
That's alright. I didn't think any of you deserved this card anyway, so I'm kind of relieved.
So I'm kind of relieved.
Single quote, 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 single quote.
We have a buyer.
Single quote, 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 single quote. Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent.
Oh, Cincinnati has their, what is it? Cincinnati FM automated tests? I'll have to take note of these. Tuesday, April 21st. Oh, originally recorded on Monday, February 16th. Okay, I think I might know some of these already. WYGY, yeah, that I'm already aware of. WKRQ. WKRQ, there's like no timestamp for each of them. So, I guess then there doesn't seem to be any like timestamp for each of this stuff. Which is a shame, but hey.
Hashtag Roblox window. 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Oh, wow, it's just the non-stop skips.
Asterisk. Asterisk. Ampersand. Carrot, 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 carrot,
Carrot.
carrot. And symbol.
Oh, that's the same horn from when it was on Amtrak. That had not changed. It's nice that Metro's given those old Amtrak locomotives a new life. A new lease of life.
Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent, grave accent. Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent, grave accent. 2, 2, 2. Grave accent, grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. S. A. accent. Grave accent. 5. All text details. 1.
This gun is
Text
overpowered.
details.
Give us
2.
your best
Some
offer.
control details. 3. All control details. 4. Some text details. 5.
We have a
All
buyer.
text details. No main landmark. No linked item. No linked item. No summary available. No summary available. And not a narrator command. No summary available. No summary available. No font and no advanced. No annotation information 9 of 9. No font information 1 of 9. Not a narrator command. No object layout information 8 of 9. No annotation information 9 of 9. Not a narrator. Not a narrator. No previous word. No previous word.
This
No
gun is
previous
officially
word.
playable now. Best offer gets it.
No previous word. No previous word. Roblox
God
window.
has been sold to
System.
this chap
Menu
here.
item. Not a narrator. System. Menu item. Collapses. 1 of 1. Not a narrator. Not a narrator. Not a narrator. No advanced information available. No advanced information. Roblox window. Roblox window. Title bar. System. 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 Roblox window. Lock narrator key. Character reading off. Character reading on. Cap S. 2. Cap S. Cap S. 1. System. Cap S. No main landmark. No main landmark. No main landmark. And. Search has been backspace.
And now it's back to typing stuff.
And. Unlock narrator key. And. No main landmark. Cap R. 3. All control details. S. System. Minimize. Not a narrator command. No font information 1 of 9. No advanced font information 2 of 9. No object color and outline information 3 of 9. No paragraph spacing information 4 of 9. No page margin information 5 of 9. No alignment information 6 of 9. No visual effects information 7 of 9. No object. No annotation information 9 of 9. Minimize. F-M-I-N-I-M-I-Z-E. System. Not a narrator command. No font information 1 of 9. No object layout information 8 of 9. No annotation information. No summary available. No summary available. No summary available. No summary available. No previous word. No main landmark. No summary available. Title bar. Lock narrator key. Unlock narrator key. No summary available. No summary available. S. No summary available.
No summary available.
No summary available. No summary available.
This gun
No
is
summary
overpowered.
available.
Give us your best offer.
No summary available. No summary available. No summary available.
I'm waiting for this card as
No
limited
summary
time.
available.
Nobody will be receiving this card as a result.
No summary available.
This gun is
No
overpowered.
summary
Give us your
available.
best offer.
No summary available. No summary available. No summary available.
The card has been sold to this chap here.
No summary available. No summary
This
available.
card is overpowered.
No
Give
summary
us your
available.
best offer.
No summary available. No summary available. No summary. No
Alright,
summary
I didn't think
available.
any of you deserved this card anyway, so I'm kind of relieved.
So I'm kind of relieved.
This card is officially biddable now. Best offer gets it. Congrats to this fella for having something that is probably valuable if the fingers are crossed.
Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Opening phrase. Closing phrase. Double quotes. Double quotes. Double quotes. Double quotes. Double quotes. Double quotes. Double quotes.
And now everybody's fighting for the hand that has like 2 cards left. And everybody's fighting for it now. It looks like. Alright, we're gonna play, as I said, until 6. I think we're like, what, another 6 minutes and then we'll have to stop? Oh, never mind, the game's over. Okay.
Enter.
Alright, well, we got time for one more. What we have to... Oh, here's this one we haven't played in a while. Celebrating 1 million visits. Nice.
Exiting narrator.
Exiting narrator. Let's turn all this off. And let's put a random song on from my soundtrack. Or you know what? Let's try the new one. This one. Did I see an end I-14 sign just now? I-14 ends. Wow. Alright, let's turn around and head the other way. Here comes the I-35. Well, the Central Texas Expressway. And then here's I-35. Alright, well, that's that. Let's sort here. That's a railroad line. All right. Well, it's about time now for Wheel of Fortune here in Chicago. Oh, here comes another Metra. All right. And now over to DeKalb. All right. Let me find a good spot. All right. Let me find a good spot here. All right. And now, I know you all want to hear the sound of the game. So, yeah. That's all I want. Yeah, that's really all I want Drew for, so... Just wanted to see what he's doing tonight, so... Alright, now to unmute the audio. And now, we'll let you all enjoy the trains in the Cal. Alright. Well, that is Wheel of Fortune taken care of. However, I just talked with my mom and she wants to hold off for another 10 minutes before we start taking care of the 1% Club. I've got the recording already ready to go. I mean, I already have it. I already have it at the intro. Well, pretty much where the intro starts. Yeah, pretty much where the intro starts and whatnot. So, Lodi, California. Don't I remember? Oh, what was that? What was that other place? What is it? Apple Tree Park or whatever? It has that like little train that goes around it. Oh yeah, here's an empty. Well, why don't we take a look around for a little bit here before we start the shows? But like I said, earlier, at 7 tonight, well, as I said, once we're ready to start the 1% Club, then we will begin the new program showcase on the main feed. Wait, drink? Wait, why am I getting 2 drinks? And why am I stuck to the back of the store? The heck? How the heck did that happen? A drink. Okay. Now why am I stuck to the window? Well, of course I can teleport to different spots and there we go. However, I am locked in the sitting position and I cannot get out of it. The only thing I have to do then is respawn. And there we go. There we go. So we respawn. So let's go ahead and head on back over to the McDonald's where we were at. And now that we're on the topic of McDonald's, I also found a another video showing, like, actually from a real perspective as to what they actually included with the Mighty Kids meal when they promoted, what it actually looked like when McDonald's promoted Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in 2002. Well, it was a year after it premiered. A year after the show premiered. So yeah, showing what, other than the CD and the cards, were included inside of a Mighty Kids meal. You know what else was included? I'm pretty sure a burger and fries were included, and they even decorated the bag. I mean that's pretty nice that they actually decorated the bag with the They even decorated the bag with Yu-Gi-Oh branding, so that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool what McDonald's did back in 2002. I don't know if that's what Burger King did when they promoted Pokemon back in 2000. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what Burger King did when they promoted Pokemon back in the year 2000. They probably didn't, but, well, just from looking at, just from taking a guess, I don't think they would have branded it with anything special. I know McDonald's actually did some decent branding does some decent branding on their bags now, but it's pretty cool what McDonald's did back in 2002 when they branded that. Yeah, when they branded those bags, so. With those Mighty Kids meals, each included a CD of either one of the three duelists. You don't know exactly which one you're going to get. Well, not just the CDs, but also what kind of cards you were going to get as well. So that was kind of like the kind of first step. And sort of like the very first step into the Yu-Gi-Oh world. You could, where you could meet some of the duelists and characters from the show. Yeah, the three that were included were Maximilian Pegasus, Yugi Moto, and Seto Kaiba. So you would either get one of those three CDs and one of the and three sets of random trait of the cards from back then. But of course, it's nice that someone archived all those McDonald's CDs, so I could. And I was surprised to learn that those CDs actually worked on Windows 11. But in other news, I actually found another. I found another variant of the Power of Chaos game on the Internet Archive. So I was thinking of trying that out on that Windows 11 virtual machine that I have once I get that final project done, which I will get to at which I am going to get to at a later point. God, this campus back to like what, 7:04 in the morning? Wow, it's that far back in time. What's up with that? While we're at it, let me get a good look again as to what the server class is going to be like tomorrow. But in terms of that course project, would for each task. So. For each task, so. domain names just set up to PCs to domains. Like I said, I will get to that. So, as I said, I will get to that at a later point here. Alright, so let's start that. I'll go ahead and close the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna get. I'm getting ready here to start the 1% Club, but I don't want to be sitting inside McDonald's for long though. Where do they take these snippets from? Did they take these from like commercials or something? I don't know, but that's pretty neat what they did. So, yeah, we'll just watch the trains from the outside of the restaurant then. So, all right. So, like I said, we are. Like I said earlier, we are going to. We're gonna start the new program showcase in a few moments. So let me go ahead and change the air date. Yeah. Again, I apologize. I forgot to start it because I was too focused on getting that Minecraft bridge project done. I really wanted to get that project done. So, yeah, I just got too focused by it, and I got too distracted by it, and I didn't realize that it had already passed. The time to start it had already passed, but hey, at least we're gonna take this opportunity now to do it. So, at least that's good. Let me take one last check and make sure that they're ready. Okay. Alright, so you said about 5 more minutes. Okay. Alright, so it'll be 7:15 then when we start the showcase. Alright, so before we get to that, I wonder if I can exit and then come back. Yes. I'm sure we'll let me continue. Well, then I have to press start game. Okay. Alright, so if I pull the note back up, now that we're on topic of Minecraft, I'll go ahead and reiterate what I was saying earlier about the Minecraft thing that I was talking about earlier at the start of the show. So I got those bridges done today while sacrificing the new program showcase in the process. But hey, it was worth it, right? Right. So now all that's left to do is work on Interstate 167 and 332. I was thinking 332 will likely be the next interstate. So either I was thinking let's extend 256 instead of 332. Keep the 256 as it is. We'll keep 256 as it is. So I was thinking let's keep 256 as it is. or we could label it as like Interstate 330, or we can label it as 632 or 832, one of those. Because I mean, I want to go by the sort of the way the actual interstate system in the U.S. is, where even auxiliary interstates come back to their parents, while odd-numbered interstates do not. So 256 actually does not connect back. Well, in the current configuration. So most likely, I'll probably give it. I wouldn't give it Interstate 332, but I could. There's probably some exceptions to it, but at this point, I'll probably designate it as 632 instead. Or I'll just go forward with the 332 designation. Or I could designate it as 132, well, there is already a 132. And that connects with its parent, so you know what? We'll do 332. I think that's a better idea. So we'll keep, you know what I was thinking? Let's keep the 256 designation, and we'll do Interstate 256 connecting with 32 both ways. So it's kind of strange, but you know what? It'll work. Now I'm also realigning that interstate. I did do some of the bridge work after some of the overpass work with that interstate after I finished up after I got the remaining bridges constructed. So that's what I'll be working on finishing up tonight after we go off the air. So once we finish our Roblox show by like 10:30, 11 o'clock, I will just finish up the pavement preparation. I'll finish preparing pavement for that new section, and then once we get that new section, once that new section is totally open, once we get that new section up and running, then I will then begin the process of removing the old section. So that probably might go through Monday, technically, but we'll see how long it actually takes. So in terms of the schedule, like I said, I'm going to work with that section tonight, and then I think that might be it. Then when we get to Thursday, I'd like to build the interchange with Interstate 167 and 132, and 332 and 232, as well as the 3 bridges that cross over the Kendall, Asante, and Gavin Rivers, as I like to call them, respectively. Once those are done, then I'm going to renumber the exits for Interstate 132 and 232, and then Friday I'll work on getting the power line towers constructed, so then when we come on the air on Sunday for our next Minecraft show, we will pretty much put the finishing touches on this entire thing. So meaning we'll build the interchange with 67 and 167 and 56 and 332, or 256 in this case, 256, and we will also do the paving and the pavement and signage, then remove the old section, and then if there's time left at the end, I will probably likely get started with that final project for my server class, and it'll be pretty likely I will do that on the air. So then when that's finished on Monday of next week, then I can get started with the production of the Travel Series remake. So all in all, really, that's what is left. That is what's left of this project. Alright, let's see if they're ready now. I sure hope so. Okay, I guess it looks like they're almost ready. Mine on the inside is getting a little impatient, but of course I am being as patient as I can. So yeah, that's what's left with Minecraft. I mean, this has been a busy several weeks, doing all this Minecraft stuff. In fact, I've been doing Minecraft a whole lot. When did we start? Oh yeah, we did bowling train on. We did the bowling train on that entire Tuesday, the 7th, and Thursday, the 9th, respectively. And then it was after that, the Friday, the 10th, I believe it was, or was it at the end of the day on Thursday? Yeah, it was the end of the day on Thursday. We got the bowling train finished, and then we've been working on Minecraft for the past several weeks since then, like putting up signs, everything else. It's been a crazy week and a half of Minecraft construction so far, but I can tell you, we are getting closer. We're getting closer and closer to the end of all of this, and that is something I'm looking forward to. Finally putting the finishing touches on this year and a half, well, almost this year long, this project that's been going on for well over a year. I remember we started in like March or something. March we started it. It was in March of last year when we started it. And my oh my, it has been a pretty wild ride getting this project done. And now here we are. We only have several more parts of this project left, and then it is absolutely finished afterwards. So I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We've gotten this far, and we're pretty much now in the home stretch of this whole thing. All right. I think we're about ready now. All right. They are ready, so let me go ahead and just acknowledge the game. And now for those on the independent stream, enjoy the cow. And for the main station, we present today's new program, Showcase. Okay, well, that's it for prime time tonight, and it was a good one. It was an absolutely good one. So, now, with all of my shows caught up, we are ready to get started here. Or, well, not get started, but rather, well, I should say, well, I guess get started is the right word to use here, with the second half of this week's Roblox show. And even better, we got to air the new program showcase, and we got that out of the way. Now, let's head over to a game we didn't get a chance to do yet. It's gotta take a little bit for it to load up. There we go. And I'm actually going to go ahead and fire up the fan here, because it is kind of warm in here. Yeah, because I actually ended up hitting 70 today. And the weather scans forecast say it's supposed to hit 70 again, close to 80 in some places. That's at least what the weather scan network is saying. Well, right now it just finished up the other Chicago suburbs segment. Other thing that I set up. All right, so let's go ahead and load up this. Was this the one where I did all those? No, it wasn't. It was just oh, this is that. It was that crazy experiment I did where I have like a long commuter train. Well, to be exact, so many commuter trains, you know, all packed into one big train, like 10 cars each. It's crazy. Look at it. Look how long it is. It's like the longest passenger train ever. Essentially, it's like the longest commuter train ever. So basically every commuter line from every commuter service from coast to coast in both the United States and Canada in one train. Yes, Metra, Caltrain, Metrolink, Coaster, Altamont, Tri-Rail, Go, and MBTA, all in one. And yes, both Bombardier and both those Bombardier and Nippon Sharo coaches are all in this pack. Look at it. It's crazy. That's how long this thing is. But actually, this is not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. Or at least it should be. Oh, this one has 2 tracks. Now, what did I remember setting up on this one? Aha! This is what I'm looking for. Where I had all these commuter trains running all around at once. Now, for the sake of time, I'm only going to run one of them. And only one. Alright, I'm only going to run one of them for the sake of time. So you can see how great I've made all these details. I mean, look at it. This is crazy. All these commuter trains packed into one. Alright, and while we're at it, I'm going to go ahead and set up the new program showcase, which will air on Thursday. Right before we go on to work with backyard baseball. Alright, and very quickly everything's removed. Now the new program showcase is ready to go for Thursday. Well, this has been a fun, this was a fun 2 hours. In almost every way. the 1% club. The 1% question definitely was hard. Because, I mean, it's supposed to be the hardest of them all. So, yeah, we got to see the crystal balls, and I went ahead and took care of the perfect line tonight. So I decided to go ahead and take care of that. So at this point now, that leaves me with flip side. So pretty much when we do the weekly test show tomorrow, we can just, perhaps when we go on the air for the weeklies tomorrow, we can just, take our lunch break at noon as we usually do, and then I'll come back in 15 or 20 minutes instead of, 30 minutes as opposed to last week, because there were all those other shows I had to make up in the process, but hey, it'll be good. It'll absolutely be worth it. But, as I said, Thursday, and this will actually be the last time I have to do this now, there are going to be quite a lot of shows to make up, since I probably won't be able to see them tomorrow because of the floor and my evening class. Of course, that being the Greatest Average American season finale, which probably I'm going to judge by the ratings might actually end up becoming the series finale, because I personally do not think it has done well enough to even be renewed for another season on ABC. But we will see what happens when they tally up all the ratings from all 8 weeks worth of episodes. Yeah, for all 8 weeks worth of episodes. Well, except for the 1 week where it did not air at all. So, yeah, that, and then the season finale of Hollywood Squares on CBS. I don't know if that's going to get another season or not. But we'll have to wait and see. It being in the 9:30 time slot, I don't know if it is going to get another season as well or not. But we will find out. Will find out. We will find out here soon enough. So yeah, those two, and then the perfect line, and then maybe Scrambled Up as well. So there is going to be a whole lot of shows. I will be spending the first part, and I'm not kidding, I'm literally going to be spending the first part of Thursday catching up on shows. Lots of them. And then when that is all done, it'll probably take me about 2 hours. Let's see. It took me about 20 minutes to make up one of them. Actually, 15 minutes. So let's get that whole direction and whatnot. So, let's see. 35 minutes. So, yeah, I'd say about 2 hours to make up all 4 shows. And then once I make up all 4 of them, once I get all 4 of them made up, then then I'll move on with the next stage of that Minecraft project that I've been talking about early on in the show. But of course, I'll be working on that project before the Backyard Baseball game, while the Backyard Baseball game is airing, but on another device, and after my evening class that night, after I take care of Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit, during the show Beatdown, and continuing into Friday. Let's see if there's any other things I can take care of. Let's see, Waterford got a tournament for this area. That was the 17th, so this was after. A 1999 Dell Optiplex GX110 running Windows 98. Running Windows 98 2nd edition. Southern train. That is the conductor. Just outside of Battle Mountain, Nevada. And then it's Lake Forest from January 2026. Pokemon, 60 Minutes Australia. A construction train. Where did the construction train come up? Oh, this is good. Yeah, now that's the kind of train that we'll see every day. Alright. So. I'm pretty much building my watch later library. I got 17 things, including more stuff about Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, some retrospective of Nickelodeon on CBS, some stuff about other anime franchises, Culvers, and I actually just found a video on the history of Dominix, which, honestly, that's a name I have not heard of in a very long time. But hey, somebody finally made a video on what actually might have ended up happening to that classic Chicago grocery store chain, and why it actually went defunct. All right, let's see. Which one do we want to try next? Why don't we do this one? What's this one is still open? Oh yeah, the Icon clip. Oh yeah, I forgot I still had that Icon clip open. Well, not the actual Icon clip itself, rather a Tom Ben News reenactment of it. All right, and while we let's see, which one do we want? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start in, well, gives us Cook County now is the option. Lamont parking lot. And of course, what I usually like to do is turn down the game so you can hear the music that plays in the background. Well, on my side. But I can choose only one of them. Maybe a few. But yeah, it's kind of different that you're not going to be hearing the sound from the game. Oh, and the fact that it's dark, dark, and a lot of the elements have not loaded yet. Okay, this is already bad. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Let's try that again. I gotta wait before I can do that. There we go. All right. We're gonna hop on 355, and we are gonna go south. Let me find the sign first that says 135th Street, but yep, this is the way we need to go. Road Quick Gas. What is this place? All right. Let's see what's special about this place. The color scheme on these look pretty identical to Shell, I can tell. What's inside of here? It's just like your average convenience store you get. Why are there sports equipment here? Well, I guess these are meant to be like placeholder items, but yeah, it's just basically some random junk in here. But the thing is, this is not usually what you see inside of a gas station, inside of an average gas station convenience store. Usually you see stuff like snacks and drinks and whatnot. Well, basically smaller bags of it, like 7-Eleven, for example. You know, like 7-Eleven, for example. I found out that that location that was in that was right near downtown Plainfield actually ended up moving to where the Sitco was off of Route 59. Now it sits near an Exxon. But looking at pictures of this 7-Eleven on another device, yeah, this is pretty much what a gas station convenience store typically looks like. So I mean, you would get a wide selection of drinks and other things. I know they don't have high C, but they do have some other favorites like Sunkiss, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper, Crush. Oh yeah, my orange. They have Crush Orange, Crush Strawberry. They have Pepsi. They even have the Diet flavor. They have Sprite. They have Coke. And of course, they've got a lot of popular and favorite snacks too, like Cheez-Its, Lay's, Takis, Goldfish, Doritos, Cheetos, and basically everything else you can think of. And I might see pet stuff in here. But of course, there's also, but of course, with 7-Eleven being 7-Eleven, they also have their Slurpee machines. So basically, you can just make your own. But pretty much, it is what. Oh yeah, Ruffles and Fritos, they have that there too. Plus some other kind of smaller. Well, basically, they're smaller bags. They're not the larger ones that you would find in the store. They're not the larger ones. But plus, they also have other stuff too, like hot dogs and some other quick eats items too, like hot dogs, pizza, and I think that's all of them. But I mean, I could name more, but I know Speedway had recently introduced the Speedy Cafe. Honestly, I have not done the Speedy Cafe in a while. I did try their pizza, and while it did taste good, I don't think my mom would try that again. Let's pull Speedway up on another machine here. Make sure that the Roblox window is still present. Oh, that's right. We can just change to... Alright, and then it would just redirect me to the closest... And then it would just redirect me to the closest store. Okay, fair enough. Oh, here we go. Speedy Cafe is its own separate page. It's its own separate page now. So, but yeah, take a look at Speedy Cafe. They have some breakfast bowls and sandwiches. Oh, they have breakfast paninis too. They even have breakfast pizza. Wow. Okay, well, that's something. And then, of course, looking at the sandwiches category, they of course have paninis. They have their wraps. So, if I were to get a sandwich, I would likely get a panini. And then, of course, they also have their pizzas along with the personal size. They have a personal size and a large size. The large size you could share with multiple people. The personal is just all for yourself. And then snacks and size. Speedy Spuds. What are these? Are these like cheese? Oh yeah, they're tater tots. Okay, so they're tater tots. Then we can look at products and we can take a look at whatever else they have. So yeah, they're basically what we were looking at. The muffin, and it looks like they do carry burgers here. fresh from the grill. They carry hot dogs. And then, of course, they have their pizza. So, yeah. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've last had Speedy Cafe. I've only been there like twice. Now, the big question on my mind is, am I ever going to go back to Speedy Cafe? Possibly. Maybe, possibly. Maybe, possibly, whatever. But when that time comes, maybe I'll talk about my experiences, almost like what I did recently with the, almost like just over the weekend when I tried the High C Orange at Zaxby's and whatnot. All right, time to pick a good song here. This is 3:55, and I'm gonna lock it in so it doesn't go anywhere else. But let's do this one. Here we go. Yeah, of course, I'll turn the music on. Desktop audio. I thought it was going to crash on me for a second, but good thing it didn't. Alright, end I-355. We're heading west on Interstate 80. Joliet. So I can pick the next one. Which one? Which one do we want to do? This one. You know what? Actually, stop that for a minute. Why don't we do that for the finale tonight? Let's do this one. Let's do this one instead. Let's turn around and do it again. Alright, let's turn around and do this the right way. You know what? Let's try that part with the bridge again. Let's try it one more time. One more time. Much better. Alright, let's do... We could do this one, but no. You know what? Let's run this final part without music. We're gonna be ready to transition to the next game soon anyways. You know what? Let's turn around and do it again. The other way. Was there even an end Route 126 sign somewhere? Somewhere, anywhere? No, there wasn't. Just northbound I-55. I like this modern incarnation. There's no sign that says end Route 126, but then it says to continue on Route 66. Take exit 276C on I-55 northbound. Wait, hold up. And great, I just triggered the emergency lights. Now I can't turn them off. Great, triggered the emergency lights somehow, now I can't turn them off. There we go. Back to PC mode. And... oh, I just triggered the emergency brake. God damn it. Okay. Alright, there we go. Turned off the... okay, there we go. Let's back up for a minute. What did that sign read? Florida pavement sound Easter egg. Thought I should add this back, so okay. So this is the kind of pavement you'd hear when you cross a bridge in Florida. So bridges like the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, for example. So that's what that is. So that was pretty cool. He thought that was interesting, so he decided to add that Easter egg back in. So I did not know that what I was playing around with was an Easter egg all along until I had realized it just now. One last time. Oh my gosh, the pitch increasing as it went faster and faster. Oh gosh. Alright. Now, does this set look familiar to most of you? It should. Oh, I gotta hold this down. And there we go. Somebody's already in the control room. Pushing buttons and stuff. Yeah, somebody's already in there pushing buttons and stuff. So I should probably just leave them alone and just let them be. Oh, here's one we haven't touched in a while, the pressure luck. Okay, and somebody else is here. Okay, I guess only one person can be in the control room at a time, which is lame, honestly. But is there like an episode being taped right now? I mean, these are actually all the camera angles from the actual show itself. The prize border. Yeah, this is the classic one. You can see how low the prize amounts are. I can't remember if this is the first iteration of the big board that was used before Michael Larson cracked the code on the board and he had to change the whole thing up. And what's this? Oh yeah, I can change it to 4:3 and widescreen. I did not see that on the other one. But yeah, this is what classic Pressure Luck looks like in widescreen. So yeah, it seems like there actually is a show going on. I can clearly tell that there looks to be a show. There actually looks to be a show. Okay, well, let's not disturb that. But that's right. We haven't played this one. We didn't get to it. We didn't get to a lot of this last week because of the severe weather event, or the supposed severe weather event that did actually end up happening, but it wasn't as severe as I thought it was going to be. So we're gonna go ahead and play the Starcade. I wonder what this intro title is. I wonder because it actually sounds kind of catchy, honestly. All right, we're gonna head to the main arcade, and let's go ahead and let the narrator talk as well.
Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Closing parenthesis. Opening bracket. Closing bracket. W. Single quote. Okay, wait a minute.
Single quote.
Okay, single quote pulls up that special thing. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Underscore. 0.
Exiting narrator.
Okay, that's enough of that. Oh yeah, if you remember the last time, here's that game in question I was talking about several weeks back, when I was talking about how this game here was very similar to Pokemon Catch, that used to grab my attention at All Board Diner when that place was still around. That place has been long gone, and they actually got rid of that months before or a few years or so before the place closed. But such a shame. But thankfully, I was able to find some video documentation of the machine itself. But as I had talked about, that was my only experience with Pokemon in general. I didn't know much more about it until I started digging my toes into Kids WB and 4Kids Entertainment, and how they brought over these shows from Japan, dubbed them into English and Americanized it, and then aired it on Kids WB. Well, here in the US. And of course, Kids WB was where Pokemon was until 2005 or 2006 actually, when it moved to Cartoon Network. But then 4Kids was the same people that dubbed the first 3 and part of the 4th of the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise, They didn't get to see. They didn't do season 0, as far as I know. Well, season 0 was like a sort of like a pilot test concept, whatever. But the Duel Monsters series, that was the very first one that aired here in America. But now that I think about it, I'm just a little disappointed that that's something I never got to see. But I'm kind of feel like I'm putting myself in the shoes of 2012. By then I was like what, 8 years old at the time. So had I actually dug my toes into the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise sooner, I could have tuned in to WGN on Saturday morning to see both the original Yu-Gi-Oh and Yu-Gi-Oh Zexal. Because at the time, Toonzai's days were numbered at that time. And then in August, that's when Vortex came along, and of course, both the original Yu-Gi-Oh and Yu-Gi-Oh Zexal came over. So hey, I could have gotten 2 years worth of Yu-Gi-Oh out of my time, but I ended up digging my toes into a whole other franchise instead. But just thinking about it now, I could have been into Yu-Gi-Oh instead of Bubble Guppies if I had thought about it before. I mean, I didn't even know Yu-Gi-Oh even existed. My 8-year-old self wasn't even thinking that Yu-Gi-Oh was even a thing. That machine was that Pokemon machine, as I've talked about, was the only experience with Pokemon I've ever had in my life. But now I've learned that voice I hear at the beginning and the end of the thing, and even the Pikachu on the machine, that's from the anime. And I'm not kidding. $55. Yeah, this concept is exactly the same. See, exactly the same as Pokemon Catch. You got to get a certain number of balls to, you got to catch a certain number of balls to win a prize. I think the default is 20. The default is 20. Yeah, the default is 20. See, I would have won a prize had this been Pokemon themed, but such a shame that I mean, I could have seen Pokemon too, but I mean, by the time I was born, Pokemon only had like what, 2 years left on Kids WB before it was moved over to Cartoon Network. Could have seen it on Cartoon Network, and furthermore, I could have seen Yu-Gi-Oh GX or Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. Well, actually, it wouldn't be until like 2011, so I would have caught the tail end of Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, and I would have only seen 2 seasons of Zexal, because the remaining season was moved over to Hulu after it was announced that Vortex would be axed from the CW in favor of Litton Entertainment's wildlife stuff. It's such a shame. Litton Entertainment has completely changed Saturday morning television. But I mean, it was understandable why. Because really, Saturday mornings, have pretty much moved on. I mean, pretty much the internet has evolved, and that's probably why the traditional Saturday morning format was pretty much obsolete. Yeah, it was pretty much obsolete because, I mean, think about it. We have internet videos now and video on demand. So, I mean, if we had a streaming service, like if we had Hulu back in like 2014, I could have maybe seen the rest of the episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. Oh yeah, and furthermore with cable. I mean, we had cable at the time, so hey, maybe I could have tuned in Nicktoons to see Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, but the series that came after it, but Again, I didn't know Yu-Gi-Oh was a thing, and I never dipped my toes into it until many years later. But what a shame. Anyway, enough of that tangent. Remember this? Yeah, remember this one? Where we tried to get the two machines to do the celebration together by doing binary. What a shame. Yeah, then just watch them both flash at the same time. It's crazy. Got one of them to do it. But that's as far as I'm going. Alright, dice pyramid. Yeah, keep going. Yep, keep going. Okay, 1 or 2 now. There's a 2. I'll take it and run. That was good. And over on this side is an all too familiar sight. Look at this. The Wheel of Fortune. We could win 6,000 tickets if we get all the letters. It's another wheel game. Wheel of Fortune. Got the G. Let's do it again. You know, where we just keep spinning both wheels until we win the mega bonus. W E All right. Let's continue our journey to the mega bonus. Land on respin value twice a row to win 2,500 bonus tickets. Spinning the wheel. Here we go. We need an M and an I. Oh wait, I didn't stop. There we go. We got the I. Ah. Oh, we got the M. There's the N again. Alright. Now we're looking for just the I. It's another wheel game. Uh-oh. Oh no. Both wheels are stuck. I can't stop it. I can't stop. I can't get them both to go. It's not going to land on anything. Because I probably just broke the game. So they're just going to be at their values. Alright, let's try them again. I do not know why the wheels are not spinning, but let's try them again. There we go. Now they're both spinning. Perfect. Alright. We got A. Respin. Now it's spinning pretty slow. Oh, okay, there it goes. Now it's spinning really fast. We already did the M. Let's do them again. From stars and pictures, it's another wheel game. And here they both go for the umpteenth time. E. Did it. We won the bonus. There's the I. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Back down to the default. Alright. There's a 6. Roll again. A few more 6s. Go again. Another 6. There's another 6. And there's another 6. And that's it. Suit race. The suits don't randomize like they used to. That's it. Ticket board. What's special about the ticket board? Let's find out. Yeah, 20. And we're gonna continue on. 40. Alright, we're going to continue on. And that's going to bring it up to 80. And we're going to march on. And 40. And we're going to stop there. 10 and over. Okay, let's roll again. Yep, we got 11, so we move on. Okay, we got a 3. Alright, we need a 5. Nope, we did not do it. What is this? No. I'm probably not gonna try it as much as... Oh, here's that trio spin from that other place earlier, so... It's the same exact idea, same exact concept. Something times 5 minus 0. Yeah, we only won 2. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Overdraw. Yep. And we start with 12. And we're gonna move on. Well, that was short. No jokers. It's not a joker. Alright. Continue on. So is there like multiple rounds of this or something? I guess we'll never know. Keep going. Haven't found the Joker yet. I guess the I guess each of these is worth 10. And there's the Joker. Perfect 21. Okay. And we bust. Let's do it again. Why not? Okay. 21 on the nose. There you go. Next side. Ooh, it's the Card Sharks bonus game. And that's it. Alright. One last time with these two. Let's see if we can get them both to do the celebration. And once we can get them both to do that, then we'll be done. We'll be done tonight. Well, with this game, and then we'll be ready to move on to our last one. And we got them both to do it! Yay! And you know what? Just cause why not? Let's do Unreal and Horrific. High score, 45. Well, that's cool. Let's try null difficulty. Nope. I hit a high score. Let's try insane. Land on 4,999. Too bad. What's the baby difficulty? Are you a winner? Land on 9. 8. 5 tickets. High bonus 5. No, what's even the the jackpot for baby is 200. Four. So the null difficulties jackpot is 2 million. That's the highest possible payout on this game. About extreme. Land on 9,999. And of course we didn't do it. How about brutal? Land on 24.99. 24,668. That's the closest we came. Wow. All right. That's enough of that. So let's go ahead and exit the experience here. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and actually I'm gonna turn the game down completely. All right, so we are almost done here for tonight, but of course we got one last thing before we wrap this up. But before we do that, I'm gonna go ahead and switch out the stations and monitors for tonight. There were some things I was going to switch out earlier, but I never did. Like WBSC and WIVY. Those two tested this morning, so they can go. WBEZ also tested this morning, so that can go as well. And, oh yeah, WLK, they tested too. They can go as well. Let's see if anybody else went. BCY America tested, so they can go also. Anybody else? Yep, I see Louisville's Tuesday test. WFMT also went, so they can go. And I think that's all of it, because I saw everything else come up live while I was watching over everything that was happening earlier this morning. Oh wait, wrong computer. All right, let me pull the monitor document up. The weekly test Wednesday config document is what we need, and we're gonna go ahead and but I was thinking about something else. I don't really do the Verizons that much anymore. So I was thinking, you know what? Maybe we should add the Verizons back to our monitors since I don't really monitor them overnight. Maybe we could add them to our overnight lineup, possibly. I mean, that could be a good thing, but I mean, with it being M3U8, I mean, it's quite difficult. I mean, we've attempted it before, and it was mostly unsuccessful, and so I have not attempted it again since then. All right, so everything is in there for tonight, and I believe all the monthlies have happened. So yeah, because Northwest and Northeast Michigan tested this morning, so they can go. All right. So now to reset the station. Okay. Let me open another tab and just make sure that yep, we have 23:32. That's in Eastern time. And do we have the day 3? So it looks like we do. We have a day 2, and then we have the day 3 slight risk, which actually that will actually be the first thing I that actually will be the last thing I will that actually will be the first thing I go ahead and do. So I just want to go ahead and get this all ready to go now, so that way we're not scrambling here at the last minute. What's this for? Thursday? This is day 3? Okay, day 3. Alright, of course I start with slight, and we go down the line from there. So, and then I'll throw this into the daily monitors list. So Thursday is FSD, and then OAX for Omaha, Nebraska. And then TOP for Topeka. And then EAX, Kansas City. ICT, Wichita. And then OUN for Norman. Tulsa looks to be in the risk area as well. SGF for Springfield. DMX for Des Moines. They're actually more in the slight risk area, so I'll put them after Sioux Falls. Quad Cities. St. Louis looks to be in the marginal. As well as La Crosse. The Twin Cities. Duluth. And Grand Forks slightly. All right. So that is Thursday's event all ready to go. And then we don't have day 4, but it does look like we have 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it looks like we have a multi-day event on the way again. But Thursday will just be the start of it. I'll get everything ready to go for Friday tomorrow when we get started. All right. So now with that, I think we are ready to go ahead and move on to our last game then of the night. And that is, of course, this bridge destruction game that we usually do. Of course, I've muted the music, and of course, I'm going to plaster it over with my own. Now we've been wrecking this tower bridge a lot. Now let's do the cable stage structure for a change. Summon a tsunami. Oh yeah, it's a bundle. So yeah, we're not doing that. So we're going to do the cable stage structure for a change. And this finale tonight will be led by Hearts, which is the last song that's used on the Halsted Street View episode, the one that we did just recently. All right, I'm ready. Let's wrap up our Roblox extravaganza. And, well, there we go. That was enough to drop the entire span. That was enough to drop it. But we gotta separate the piers so that way the span can continue gradually floating. Yeah, maybe we need to do some more separation. Just to get them to continuously float along. Alright. Yeah, we may have to do a ton of separation. Just to get them to float on their way. Here's one that's trapped. But the cables are still being held on by a thread somewhere. I don't know where though, but let's see if we can separate these two pieces. Okay, it looks like it's trying to break apart. Alright, we got that piece to separate. We still have one final piece to separate, and then we just gotta separate this piece. And there we go. And now that piece floats on its way. And now that piece is floating on its way out. And we can just get rid of what's left. And there we have it. That cable-stayed bridge is now totally gone. As the pieces of the structure are now dangling. Well, they're still hanging on though, but the bridge itself is not completely gone. Well, it will be once it falls off. Well, it will be completely gone once we can cut it off. Yeah, once we can cut the other sections. Oh, yep, it's still yep, it's still there, but it's dangling. But it is just hanging on by a thread. So we can just do that, and well, almost. Just gotta do it one more time. And now, that piece is totally gone. That piece is now totally gone. And soon will this whole thing. But we probably just need to do a little more separation. Mainly we need to catch the pieces that are falling. It seems like the flow is always changing. And it seems like no matter what we try, it won't budge, essentially. Essentially, it won't budge. We can just pull the connections right off. But it just won't go. That's the thing. This simply won't budge. I haven't gotten it to budge one bit. How is this piece still not moving? How is it still not moving? I don't feel it moving. Was that enough to not get it to dangle over the edge? But pretty much this is like the final pieces, really, so. We're just gonna cut the final pieces off. And we'll just do this. It's probably not going to work, but you know what? There we go. Now it's moving in the right direction. And soon the span will disappear. But, yeah. There we have it. So, aside from that, that bridge is gone. Well, it's not totally gone yet. We just need to separate these two pieces. Well, these other two sides. And there we go. This side is totally gone now. Actually, almost. Fully satisfied. There we go. And now that whole side is totally gone. So that bridge, so this bridge piece is, well, still attached, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm going to worry about getting the rest of these dealt with. Better be careful not to hit the regen button. But there we go. That bridge is now officially history. And so is tonight's Roblox show. Alright, so let me go ahead and reset the desktop audio for the next time we play. And I'll go ahead and exit the game now. And with that being said, that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen, for this week's Roblox show. Well, this has been fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it too. Yeah, there's some more catching up. Everybody's catching up on everything from over the past week or so. All right, so as I said, tonight I'm going to work on finishing up the construction of that other interstate corridor pavement, whatever it is. So I'm going to work on that tonight. I'm going to work on that for the rest of the night. And then pretty much that should be all set to go. When we then get ready for the actual true home stretch, which will be the removal of the old Interstate 256. I actually might just go ahead and get it over with on the same night. Just get it done, get it over with, and moving on to the new alignment. So that's what I'm thinking about doing at this point. So yeah, with that being said, that is going to do it for us here tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we look forward to you joining us again tomorrow bright and early at 8:15, well, 8:15, when we bring you our weekly Test Wednesday extravaganza once again. It's going to be a fun one, I know, but we'll see just how fun it'll be. Maybe we'll get the floor taken care of. Who knows? We'll see what tomorrow brings. But until then, I'm Mr. Planfald, and we wish all of you a very pleasant good night.